All right. I am starting a little early today. I have a lot of work I need to get done on this stuff, so I'm going to try and put in some extra time. We did our refactoring, what was it, Monday? And I'm really, really loving all of the suggestions that Musin had given me about creating our own result type that we're using here, and this error logic. This is like really, really making things look a lot cleaner. So I guess let's see how many more endpoints we can get implemented, as well as I don't have my lights on here. There we go. Let's see how many more endpoints we can get to. If we can get some done, then maybe I'll start looking into testing. I haven't started playing with unit testing in Rust yet. All right. I think I need to order some stuff too. My frame rate is terrible. I'm not entirely sure. It could be I've got like my camera going through HDMI into a cam link, and maybe it's just like USB bus contention or something. I really need to get just a capture card to send it into. That'll take my problem away. I'll order one today. All right, so where do we leave off? Let's look at our handlers. Okay, so we did implement the logic to create a mixer, return the mixer JSON, and then list the mixers. So I guess the next thing we should look at is how to we should look at how to nest things, because what we need to do now is we need like an embedded. Right now we have like this whole slash mixers, right? But we want to create like mixers inputs, or mixer one input or something, right? I guess that's another thing we should look at. Right now we are using a name, but our name is not required to meet a URL format. So we might want to change that. That, or we need to implement our own IDs for these things. So that's going to be interesting. Let's go look up here. Right, so we have a hash map, and our hash map is going to use the string name that we have. Okay, so I guess we should look at maybe like to do enforce URL valid URL for name. Melky Dev, what's going on? So we do need a regular expression here, so that might be a fun thing to look at. Maybe we'll implement that first. Let's see. Rust. Regex. Oh, you're still dealing with the PyTube stuff? So vendoring it didn't work? Yeah, it is an earlier stream for me. I want to start trying to get some more time in, because I need to make some more progress on this thing. So I was working on it anyway. I figured I might as well stream. Began isn't on anyway, so. Okay, you're doing the vendoring now. Okay, so we need a regex crate. Rust does not. Oh wait, I need to install Dark Reader. This is Microsoft. This is Microsoft's Edge, so. Okay. We need dark reader. There we go. Dark reader. Okay. So, is this true? Is there not anything in the standard library for regular expressions? This is... Let's just do another quick look. Rust, regex. I need to change my search engine too. Okay, yeah. So Vega, that's what I found was the regex crate. I was just curious whether there was something in the standard library. So I guess that... I guess we can just use this. So... And my frame rate is terrible. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to sort these. I don't know why. Alright. There's matches and contains on string. Right, yeah. We will need an actual regular expression parser though, because we want to ensure that this is interesting. What does this format mean? R. Is that some kind of macro? Okay, let's see. Okay, so that's just trying to pull something out. So this is how we're getting the capture groups from this value. But we don't want the capture groups. We just want to see whether it matches. Raw string or raw identifier. We don't want captures though. Okay, so let's, this is basically what we want to begin with. So we'll copy that for now. Let's see. Where's the docs? Oh, here we go. Okay, there we go. So there's an is match. That's what we want. We want all of this goodness. What is this thing doing? Okay. I know I put a to-do there. There we go. Okay. So we just want a if not and we want name. Okay. Here we want to return, what was it? Now I forget. This is the problem with going a couple of days. Now I forget how we were creating our new error types. Aquafunkalistic booty wop. What's going on? Can I just call you Aquafunk for short? Okay. Now, where did we create those errors? Let's just open up one of our modules. Mixer. Oh, right. It was just an enum, right? So we need our... We need one of these. So we want to say name is invalid. Invalid name. Okay. So here, we're just going to return back error, invalid name. There we go. Oh. Rust isn't my thing, but I'm always picking up little things, if not in Rust, with HTTP or regex or whatnot. Rust like Go is pretty hard to avoid these days. Yeah, that's what I'm finding. So I've been doing Go full time for about 9 years. I'm using Rust right now because I want to do some stuff with GStreamer, and it has amazing bindings for GStreamer, and I don't want any overhead calling out to C++. And plus, I've wanted to learn Rust anyway. Okay, so let's figure out a regular expression for this. We need it to be lowercase, capital, 0 through 9, and hyphen. Okay, let's try that. Oh, this is taking a while to build today. There we go. Ooh. Failed to create new mixer, invalid name. What did we put in our test? Bin, main. Okay, that is not right. Yeah, GStreamer is awesome, and I love the pipelining approach to it, and that's basically what we're using to basically hot swap out inputs and outputs. We still have some work to do there, where I know once we start modifying the pipeline live that we're going to have some issues, but we do have some logic to add inputs and outputs, and it's all working, and as well as a compositor where we're stacking things, so we could do picture in picture. We don't have any controls for that, but we could do that. That's all set up in our pipeline. Okay, so this is not working. Am I missing something special about the way they do their regular expressions? McCann, what's going on? It's all capture groups and stuff. Oh, wait. I'm dumb. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just trying to make some progress on this thing. Okay, so I think this should work. We now have the ability to, and I mean, I guess we could test it really quick, right? Where if we said, I don't know, %, let's just add some weird crap to it. It should panic on us. I wonder why it's taking so long to compile. Okay, yep. There we go. Let's go ahead and commit that. Isn't that the opposite, Vega? Isn't plus one or more? I haven't done regex in a while, but I feel like so the word for the symbol. I used to teach people regular expressions, and now I'm like going crazy here. There we go. Cheat sheet. Let's look at that. Yeah. So asterisk is 0 or more, plus is 1 or more. And then question mark is 0 or 1. Okay. So this should work for this. Now, our next thing is, what was the library we were using? Warp? Let's look up Warp. And we want one of their examples. Where was the example? Oh, now I have to go find the source code for this. Warp, Rust, examples. Was it on GitHub that we found it? There we go. And we were looking at to-dos. There we go. Okay. So they had some stuff with theirs where they had like this. Was it in here they had the nested? To-dos ID. No, it wasn't. Routing? Okay, so this looks like... Okay, so this is how we're getting math. And then we do a math and sum. That's how we're getting this. And then the result of that we call and on to get times. So let's look at ours really quick. Routes. Not in that file. Okay. This file. So here we got it. We have a mixer get. So this should be where we do an and. And this would be like a input get. At least this is what I'm thinking right now. I guess there's one way to find out. So we do need to pass in our server. All right, let's set some markers because we're going to be bouncing. So this is going to be A. Cannot find input yet. I worry this isn't going to work the way I think it is, but let's implement it and we'll find out. So now we need to add a filter for it. And so a filter is the actual implementation of the route. So let's just copy our mixer get here. And we're going to use this for now. So this would be input get. And so you just add an and to it. I just don't know whether we have to copy this, whether it needs to be appended to this mixer and we need to do all of the routes in one spot, or whether we can do this. So I guess we're going to experiment and find out. So here's our input get. And this is going to be our string and then I guess a string, right? Then we're going to come up here and we're going to implement our input. No, I'm wrong here. We need to do a list first, so input list. Because the get is going to be nested under that. Okay. Input list. And we need mixers, string, inputs. Input list. Okay. Now let's try and go implement that. And we're just going to copy this for now. We'll just make it list the mixers anyway. We just want to try to understand how the routing works and see whether we can get this working. Then we'll fix it to do what we really want it to do. Okay. Did not compile. Oof. Okay, so this is returning back something different than we expected to. So now I'm kind of wondering, like, do we really want to implement these? So this takes a filter of some sort, or okay, yeah, right. So here's this self filter. Is that what we're returning back from? We're returning back filters from our routes. So what am I missing here? And needs an extract as tuple. So we might not be able to do this here. We might have to Let's remove all this. Okay. And let's do this. Yes, this is the NVIM LSB. As well as like the overlay hints that are happening here. I like it so far. I mean, I haven't had really any issues with it. Okay, so the question becomes, was the answer to actually just return back this trait bound? Because we could have probably just said that, right? Well, I feel like we should be able to do that here, right? What's their example look like? And times. Okay, so times is U16 times. Right, so we should be able to do this. And it looks like we don't put the whatever the starting point is. Let's just take this really quick. And here's how we'll experiment. Okay. All right, we really want this. Bear with me, everybody. I am completely new to this library. And Rust. Okay. So leave that down there. So let's change. Okay. So here we're already going to have, because this get is already going to be mixers slash whatever our ID is. So at this point, we just want inputs to be here. And then we should be able to do this map, I think. Okay. So interesting. So I'm curious the or part of it, how that's working then. I'd like to see an example of ands and ors like all together. Untuple one. What is this? I don't know what that means. So we definitely have some sort of issue here with just the way we're calling out to these functions to do this. So let's move this. All right. Let's make sure we build really quick. Expected function that takes 2 arguments. Oh, right. Okay, so input list. This is our, we need our server, and then we also need our name. Oops. Okay, it wants the reverse. So it wants name string server. Okay. Mismatch closing delimiter. Okay, so now let's go to our mixer. So I guess this brings up an interesting thing. Then maybe we can do it all in one place. Because these paths work, so we apparently don't have to. Let's try it. So in routes, we would have an or input list. Okay, that works. So we should be able to go to what port? I don't even remember what port we bind to. I think it's 3030. It's a 404, which is okay. It's mixers. Right, okay. Bump the font. So we should be able to say mixer eric.dev. Is it mixers? Okay. And then we should be able to say inputs. Okay, perfect. So that works. So that's all we really need to do. It doesn't seem to care. So we made that much more difficult than we needed to.
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Reynaldo. Okay. So that's our input list. Let's go implement that really quick. So here's our mixer. We're going to need the same thing for an input. And for now, we're just going to say its name. I don't know, type. Ooh, so type, I'm guessing, is a reserved word. I don't know. We'll leave that for now. Oops. Okay. Okay, so here we need to do all of this. And then this gets us the mixer we want, right? But then this is not what we want to return back. So what we need to do now is we need to iterate over our m.inputs if that is even exposed. I don't think it's public. It's not. So we're gonna need to make it public. I don't like the idea of doing this though, because then you can mess with the hash map without actually connecting anything. I mean, I suppose we can clean this stuff up later too. Evidently, I got used to the mouse focus changing my window focus in i3. Turned it off the other day, and now I keep closing the wrong windows. Yeah, I do that sometimes too, where I'll accidentally, do something like hit this, and I'm like, I start typing, and I don't realize I'm no longer on the window. Okay, so we've now made those public. I think we need a block here because this is going to be fairly big. All right. Well, no, because I guess we could just do a map. We could just do this functional here, right? So we could say m.inputs.iter.map, right? And then we would have a key, which we don't really care about. And then we would have our input, right? And then in here, we should be able to return back a mixer, or no, just an input, an HTTP input. And then that would have our name, and that would be input.name. And then I don't know whether I have a way of determining the type here. What type of reflection do we have? I mean, we could put a type method on it, right? So we could say source mixer input. We could add a type here, right? Right. We could do something like this, and that would work, I guess. To string. Okay. And then that brings up a good thing. This is actually a function call. Input type. Okay. Okay, I take it back. Pretzel Rocks crashes in Edge too. Or at least in my newer build of it. Okay, so we can't use the word type at all. What's another word that we want to use for this? Class. I mean, we could just... Alright, what are you complaining about? so this is not going to be mixers anymore. This is going to be inputs, mismatch types. Okay, let's. Okay, so we're missing a closing delimiter here. Let's solve that first. Okay. A value of type standard HTTP input cannot be built from an iterator over. Okay, let's see. Okay, so that did not work the way we expected it to at all. Oh, crap. Right. So this is not what we want. We don't want to iterate over this. What am I thinking? We need to get name. Okay. Mismatch types. Is that because here we need a... Okay. I feel inputs on type option, so we need an unwrap. Okay. Can't borrow input as mutable. It's just frustrating when fat hands hit the mouse and I am a new window doing some... Yeah. I mean, it happens to me all the time. I'll do all kinds of crap on my OBS window that sits on a TV above me while I'm meaning to type on my screen. When I get my new keyboard, it'll be easier, I think. Because I'll have all like the other super keys and stuff like that. So the likelihood of me accidentally using a key combination will be lower. I hope. What am I missing? Can't borrow input as mutable. So we can't call this function on it. Why does it need to be mutable? Well, I don't understand why those are mutable. All right, we need to change that in our output too. There's no reason for this to be mutable. We do need it for link. We do need it for unlink. Okay. Same thing. Okay. Melky, what's up? You fixed it? vendoring. Stuck in a loop trying to figure out which keyboard I want to buy. Currently, mostly I'm upset about the amount of time it would take to get one. Yeah, the keyboard I wanted, I ordered, I don't even know, like a month ago, and the earliest it will be available is October sometime. That's when it'll ship, but more than likely November. Melky, thanks for the sub, man. You really didn't have to do that. The content is free, my man. The content is free. Potatoes, yeah, same thing. I do kind of have a dream of building my own keyboard. And the one that I bought, has like an open source firmware on it. So I figure that's like a cool starting point, is modifying the firmware for it. Maybe I'll build firmware that can be controlled from Twitch, where you all can screw with me and just invert keys on me or something. Yeah, Melky never has beer in the fridge. Oh yeah, and I always forget to do this while I'm streaming. Also, shout out to Melky Dev, who is also a streamer. If you have not seen his stream, you should really check it out. Streaming tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Okay, so now let's try this again. Oh, we don't have any inputs. So let's go to our main and just add that. We're just doing this as like a test run. I need to remember to gut all of this stuff out, but let's add our input. This should return that. Let mixer equal. Okay. No method. Oh, because it doesn't return it. I don't... Okay. Mixer. Create. We can't do that though. Okay. Oh, you might stream earlier today? What time? Okay, so we have a little bit of a problem here, and that's mainly that I want to, in my main here, I want to be able to just add a test input here, just to test this out. However, the HTTP server is going to have ownership of this mixer, so returning it back is not going to be good. I mean, actually, I guess it is reference counted, right? So we could actually return back a mixer, right? And then I think this does. Well, if that's the case, then we should be able to do this, right? Thanks for the follow, Maria. And your arms have incompatible types. Oh, right. So this should... Can we do this? Is this valid? Yeah, okay. That doesn't work. It was worth a shot. So here we need to... this we need to wrap in an okay.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, potatoes. Okay. Mismatch types. Why? Because it hands back a mutable mixer. Okay. Can we do this? Can we just say let mixer equal here? And then just do an okay mixer. Does that work? No. Oh, because this is still gonna be a mutable mixer. So, how do we get just a normal version of it? I know that I've looked at this a couple of times. How's Warp treating you? Haven't used it yet, but it sounds interesting. I mean, it seems cool. It's ridiculously fast. I mean, I'll say that, you know, in comparison to doing, camera's like turned. In comparison to doing, you know, Go or Rails or something, right? That it's a bit more confusing, and I feel like I am bumping up against a bunch of language features that I don't necessarily understand. Fortunately, I've had a lot of help from the chat over the past couple streams working with it and kind of have something working. But it seems really cool. I bought a really cheap keyboard off Amazon. I actually like it. Just wish the keyboard layers were better. Because I like it so much, it actually has made me more picky on the keyboard layout that I want. Okay, so there's got to be a way to convert to like a non-mutable version. I feel like I've done this before. Oh, wait a second. I'm crazy. I already have one here. Okay. All that work for nothing. Okay. Expected mixer found mute mixer. Oh, wait a second. Okay. Unexpected token on line 160 of H. All right. Oh. I put that in like the weirdest spot ever. Okay. Keeb.io. What is this? Christian, I can trust you, right? Alright, what's... Oh, cool. So this is basically where you can buy all the components to build your own. I should do this sometime. Okay, so where is our value used here after move? So... crap. Well, I guess we can do a clone, right? Right. So if we just did, okay, so it doesn't have a clone. That should create a copy of it. But it moves it. These sorts of scenarios are where I start getting a little confused by. All right. Bermudas, how's it going? We are working on some Rust to control GStreamer through HTTP. If I can ever, you know, get productive with Rust anyway. Okay, so I need a way to be able to return back this mixer. We can't clone it. So what we are building is, okay, I don't have the tab open, but let's do this. Project, and we will open up this URL. So what we are attempting to build, the end result is an RTMP switcher. So we'll have this component here that we have multiple streamers streaming to RTMP endpoints. We'll just show up like Nginx's here for them. And the switcher will be able to do picture-in-picture or switch between which feed is going live out to one or more outputs. And then we'll also be able to switch between videos that are already stored, have a scheduler that automatically does that says, hey, streamer 1 starts at 1 p.m., start taking that feed, pushing it through. At 2 p.m., swap to streamer 2. At 3 p.m., switch to such and such a video. Or, you know, the bitrate drops for streamer 1 automatically fall back to a pre-recorded version. And we're going to use this stuff for a project at work, as well as GopherCon, hopefully, if I can get it done in time. And I do get the irony of building a streaming thing in Rust to use for a Go conference. Okay, so I always mess up how to do this. Well, isn't Mixer... entry, so wait, oh wait, so our hash map in HTTP. Okay, so we have a reference count around the hash map itself, not around the mixer. So the question is, did we put that in the wrong spot? Should we have either a hash map string, right? Is that the more appropriate approach? Or do we need to have it around both? I feel like this looks kind of dirty. On Twitch, what was that in reference to, McCann? Do you want to return the thing you put in the hash map? Potatoes, yes. Yes, that is what I want to return. Yeah, so Ramirez, the reason I'm using Rust for this in particular is all of the libraries to do video modifying. The two main ones most people use are GStreamer and FFmpeg. They are both written in C and C++, and I don't want to write stuff in C and C++, and calling out to them from Go is not the best. It's not the fastest, and the bindings just aren't there. I would have to write all of my own bindings and maintain them. Rust, however, GStreamer has Rust bindings. They are maintained by GStreamer developers, so it seemed like the right way to go. If you want to insert and return the content, you might need to lock arc the map and the values. For a GoConf in Rust on Twitch, yeah. Think about it this. You put that thing in the hash map, and if you want to return it, you need to take it out of the hash map. So either return a reference or a clone or the index to the thing. Yeah, so that's sort of the thing I'm looking at here. Is right now it returns back a mutable reference to itself. This entry method, right? So I could get that out, but I mean, I suppose I could just return that, right? I could just say and mute, right? And this would work, I think. I almost typed go build. Oh, wait, because I, yes, GStreamer is C. Is maybe FFmpeg is C++ too? They could both just be completely C. For some reason, I was thinking FFmpeg had some C++. Okay, yeah, so I can't do this. Okay, so... Well... So maybe what we should really do here is not return this, right? And then, okay, so let's do this then. Let's just return back our unit struct here. And then maybe what we should really do is just add a function for adding an input, right? Input add mixer, and this would be a input. This would be a mixer input. Right. And then we could just change this to input add, and then just give it eric.dev. Server.input add. Okay. Yeah, it uses all the G-object stuff in C, which I'm not completely familiar with. Ouch, local variable. What do you mean, potatoes? Yeah, if you see me doing bad and ugly things in Rust, please tell me. I would love to start picking up more of the idioms for Rust. McCann, thanks for hanging out. All right. Oh. Line 66. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, just because we're not returning anything. Okay. So we should be able to actually go to this whole logic, right? Because we're basically doing the same thing. Server.mixers.lock. Well. All right. We need to do self.mixers.get. No. .lock. Right. Right. Unwrap. Okay. So this would be our mixer, and then we need to get the mixer name out of here. And we need a match on that. And then if we get a okay. And then if we get a none, then we need to return back error. Error. Not found. Okay. Yeah, so I've been doing the to-do and stuff, but some of the, oh, well, I guess these functions do. The ones that I have that are implementing traits, that macro doesn't work on, so I've just now been in the habit of not using it. All right, so not found. Okay. Let's just put this here for now, just to make sure this is going to compile. Why is that? Oh, there's no comma. Mismatch types. Oh, oops. You're right. You're right. This should be some. It's an option. Unreachable expression. Well, that's fine. Okay. Private enum import. No, that's public. That's public. You can also remove the semicolon and the returns as the match is the last expression. Okay. Okay, so what am I missing here? Private enum import. Is it just because I don't have a use statement in here?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Enum import import input is private. Thanks for the follow, M3. How is that? This is public. This is public. All right. Unreal. But Mixer. Okay, so I guess I kind of understand what you're saying. So obviously, input is public. Then this type is public, but Mixer import is getting kind of flattened. How is it getting flattened? Oh, right. This should be a pub use. Pub use. Gotcha, okay. Thanks for the catch. Alright, you are not finding the scope. That's fine. This should be an input. And then here we can use, I guess it would be switcher, mixer, input. I guess I would need to do I feel like there's got to be a cleaner way to do that, but can I find value URI in the scope? I mean, this should be right. It clearly sees it there. Can I find... Oh! I'm throwing myself off here. Because the name of this is URI? No, it can't find the URI. This. I'm dumb. Ignore me. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so line 71 we do want to change. Because we actually... Well, no, we are going to use that, so... Okay, so that works. So at this point, we have our mixer, but what we want to do is actually... Inside of this arm, we need to take this and call... add input. I forget what this returns. It returns back a result. Okay, that's fine. So we should be able to say add input, and then oh, okay. So we just need to wrap this in a match too. Is this okay to do in Rust? Do you commonly see these nested match statements? Or is that sort of like an anti-pattern? I can always ask Clippy. All right, let me put this in real quick and we'll do that. So if this is okay, then we're just gonna return back this. If it is an error, we need to convert this. Well, no. Hold on. I know that we did, like, here we go, from mixer error. That's what we want, so we need to do error mixer. I was like, I know we did something for this, so here we want error mixer. There we go. Can't borrow M is mutable as it's behind. Get mute. There we go. Okay, so we have a cargo check minus X Clippy. Right? I always forget that. Cargo. Okay. So in theory, this should now work. And if we go to our input list now, we are listing inputs. So let's try it. Rust looks like an alien language. Yeah, it's been a challenge for me too, because it has some new concepts and some ones I haven't used in a while or a lot. You know, especially when you start looking at some of the one thing I will say is, like, there are things that I really like about it and how powerful it can be. There's other things that I also find are like giant foot guns. So, like, here's an example of one. I love how elegant this is, but right here, I have this type result self here, and you would think to yourself, that makes no sense, right? There's only one side of it, and that's because I overrode the type completely somewhere else. Spartan, you don't use if else at all. Yeah, and I was doing some streaming where I was working on some of this stuff, and I kept getting yelled at by the audience for for using if statements. Okay, so this is running. Let's hit it. So mixers, we've got our eric.dev input, and boom. Okay, we have Sintel. Clippy tells you if to use if thing is sum. Oh, gotcha. So if you have like an empty match arm, you only care about the sum condition. Oh, Maya, that's all over standard IO too. I mean, it's super cool, right? Like, and you know, if you have an editor, you know, where you can look at this and see, like, inside, where was it? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Mixer input. Like here, right? Obviously I can see that this is not inside of core. And algebra is full of type definitions, really full. Yeah, but I mean, some of the stuff like macros and coming from 9 years of Go, I will tell you that generics are amazing. I also like a lot of the functional programming stuff too. That's pretty cool. Some of the stuff though, like returning traits, things that implement traits, or storing objects that are storing values that are of types that implement traits, some of that is like really, really weird for me. Okay, so we have our input list. So we should be able to just really just copy this whole function, right? And we can implement the same thing for output. Okay. So we should be able to just change this to outputs and then change this to output. Let's change a couple of things here. So the type output type. Okay. Output. Okay, I take it back. We have to change a few places. Outputs. Output. Output. Okay. So now we need to change this to output. Output. Okay. So that should get us spitting everything out. I do think that I want to add something else here, location, because pretty much everything should have somewhere, right? Everything is remote somehow, so we'll just use a string to represent that. So let's open up our mixer input as well as our, I don't know why I'm using this when I have fuzzy finding, but okay, so we will add it to input first.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Maxwell. Okay, so I'm gonna put a pub location string here, and then when it comes in, let's just stuff it here. Okay. Location. Can we just clone that? Okay. You think I wrote output wrong on line 160. Let's check it out. Oh, there we go. Outputs. Good catch. Okay. Did you already suffer by trying to put references in structs? Yeah. I probably have the code somewhere for some things where I wanted like a client type struct to own a network connection, but then also the HTTP server logic needed it, and it was a giant mess, and I'm not sure that I ever figured out how to make that happy. All right, inputs. So let's spit this out here, location, because I think this is useful. We're going to want to display that somewhere. Okay. And then we need to do the same thing for outputs. Location. Location. Okay. Yeah, that's just yelling at us because those things don't exist on this type yet. So there we go. We're going to implement it now. All right, so this needs to be output type. Oops. We don't need that. We don't need that. We're just going to say this is RTMP to string. And we're going to say this is auto. We're going to make sure this still runs here in a second. We'll test our pipeline out. Okay, so there's our output type. Now location. Here we can just do none because it's just an auto sync on our device. Okay, and then here we'll do location. Okay. Okay. So this is our RTMP one. Scrolling fast. Okay. Here's where we create our new RTMP. We have the URI coming in. So where's our struct? Okay. So here we're going to say location is equal to URI. Oh, we didn't add it to our struct yet. There we go. Location. Okay. Where's that at? Input line 52. Yeah, I love the idea behind ownership. Absolutely. It does make struggling with the compiler a bit difficult. However, I mean, I can see the benefits of it. So it's just a matter of like kind of getting it underneath your fingers so that you don't make dumb mistakes over and over again where you catch yourself before you get too far in the code. Does not implement copy trait. Oh, line 27. We need to clone you. There we go. Oh, we didn't go through and add our filters and stuff either. So here's our filters. We need one for our output list. Output list. Outputs. Okay. Output list. All right. And now we need to implement our handler for this. Oh, we also need to add it to our routes. So, oops. Okay. or it's in our routes. And now we just need our, oh no, we already have the handler for it. Okay, so let's go into main and we're gonna implement the same thing we did here. So let's just, actually, you know what? Let's add 2 outputs. So we're gonna take this. Okay. Server. Output add. I kind of feel like we should change this API for the mixer too. Okay. Okay. So output add. I kind of like having this prefix here, where it's input first, output, and then the action second. So we need to implement this really quick. Well, we also need to import these, right? So it should be output, and we want to implement RTMP and auto. Okay. Okay. So we need to implement this function really quick. But what I want to do really quick also is I want to refactor our mixer. And we've got like add input here. I think I want to call it input add. Right? Input remove. Okay. I'm probably going to break some stuff here, but let's... Yep, okay. So we knew we were going to break that one. 79. Okay. Now our only error should be in main because it doesn't know about the output add functions. Oh, and in our output rs. Here, because we don't care about that value. So we'll go ahead and get rid of our compiler warning. Okay. So let's go ahead and remove all of this stuff out of here now that we don't need. Oh yeah, we still need to do the clap stuff yet too. Too much to do, too much to do. Okay. So now we need our output add, which should be very similar to here. So we're going to use that as a starting point. Output add. And output. Okay. Output. Okay. Expected 2 arguments. Oh, right. Because we didn't. Let's let mixer name equal. Okay. Because we're going to start using this in a bunch of places. All right, change to here. Mixer name. Mixer name. mixer name. Oh, we're gonna get errors here, right? No, maybe not. Come on, build. Build. Okay, so this isn't working as I expected because we didn't get our video feed up here. But let's see what comes up in outputs here. Okay, so we do have our 2. So the HTTP side of this is working exactly as we expect it to. Oh. Our issue is that our mixer's not playing. So, what we should do inside of here when we create this is we really need to do let mixer equal here and then mixer.play. And I forget what this returns. A result. Okay. So I guess what we really want to do here then is match on whatever the value of this is. If it's going to give us a result, if it's okay, then we're just going to return back okay. If it is an error, then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to wrap this in our mixer error and return that. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, we're playing. So this is interesting. We are getting our logs for our pipeline. However, our auto sync did not open properly. So now the question is, did I break some of the code? Or what's the URL for this learn? There we go. Let's see if the RTM. What am I doing? Oh. There we go. Is it working? All those matches probably can be less typing with map error and the likes. Yeah, that's true too. I should do that. Okay, so this says it's streaming, but it does not appear to be that way. So let's stick with this. Well, in this case, that's okay, but in this case, we should be able to get away with a mixer.play.map error mixer error, right? I guess we could do the same thing here, right? I think this one's going to be okay, but I think what we probably want to do here is get rid of all that and then return back whatever the result of this is, right? So this would be a map error E error mixer E, right? There we go. Yeah, that actually looks a lot cleaner. Okay. Okay. That looks a lot cleaner. All right, so now we got to figure out why our pipeline isn't working. Because we did have demo code that was working. I didn't even notice who changed the color in here to purple and pink. I didn't even catch that. So this says it's playing. However, let's look really quick. Let's look inside our graph.viz folder. Do we have any from today? What's today? The 16th. Okay. So we do have a playing in here. Okay, so let's generate an SVG for that. And let's just make sure that this is doing what we think it's doing. Ah, I always forget to do this. Okay. Okay. So okay, so we do have an issue with our pipeline. So this is the initial pipeline. So it starts playing. Oh, wait a second. So we're going to have to figure out some threading stuff here. So here's what's happening. Inside of our main, the second we create the mixer, it's blocking. Play blocks. So we never actually get to this point. So now we need to figure out how to handle this. We need to call it in a thread. I forget why somebody sent me this before. Yeah, so so here's the thing. We're not going to have, once we implement the calls to be able to curl these things, we won't have the same issue, because then create will be being called inside of a thread, right? But right now, because of the way main works, that's not going to work. So maybe we need to actually cut all of this out, right? Let's see. Rust, Tokyo, spawn, blocking. All right. Cute browser. What's a? I don't think I know what question you're asking, Cristiano. And I'm not on the latest version of what? Potatoes. Oh, the docs there. Gotcha. I was thinking the code for a second. Okay, so we could do this, but what do we have to move in there? Well, no, I guess that would work, wouldn't it? So in theory, I mean, let's try it. I haven't done any threaded code yet, so let's try this out. In theory, it should only be all of this logic. I should be able to throw all of this logic into here, right? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so this has a moved value. And this is going to get kind of challenging. Which browser are you using? No, so this is actually a internal build of the new Microsoft Edge for Linux. So I've got to figure out here. I think I need to put a reference counter around this. Right? And a mutex. Okay. Is it sync? Yeah. And then this would be our arc and our mutex. Okay. Can I just do server let server equals server. Oh wait, no, I would need to let server equal s.clone. Okay. And then here we need to do a lock dot unwrap, right? Okay. And then here, I guess we could just use the original S, right? Why not? No method found for struct. Oh, so we need to do a lock dot unwrap dot run, right? Yeah, it's actually really cool, Cristiano.
Someone find you interesting, sir.
I've been enjoying the
We have
Edge
a new
browser.
follower.
It's a lot faster than Chrome. And then this isn't fully here on Windows, it is, but having multiple profiles is ridiculously cool because then you can track your work stuff from your home stuff separately and switch between them, and the tabs open up for those, and you manage kind of all of your favorites and history and all of that stuff separately, which is really nice if you use your computer for multiple things. Okay, so that worked. Thanks for the follow, Cristiano. Okay, so we now have this out in a thread. Let's see, does it work? So we're not getting any of the logs though. Okay, so we've got a couple of problems. So number one is when we create our mixer. Well, we don't have that marked as async. Okay, that's not going to work. We need to actually send this out. And we don't... Okay, so this is just going to be an issue regardless. Let's ignore main for now. So we're going to have this issue anyway, because if our browser, if we post our name to the browser and try to have it create this for us, the response is going to return. So we actually need to... We need to actually do this in a thread somewhere, right? And I guess if we reach this point, we'd say okay. Also, you are blocking async tasks that will starve other tasks and won't be pretty. I'm not sure what you mean, Potatoes. Alright, what is this? Crap. Here's where we start running into our issues. We are going to have to refactor some stuff. So our issue is... Hold on, let's back this out. Let's also get rid of all of this. Because this is just going to be, I want to get a good commit because we're gonna have to refactor a bunch of stuff. So let's cut all of this stuff out really quick. All right. I'm gonna copy this really quick because we might actually reuse this all. So you can stay there. You're gonna come out of here. Server run. Okay. Okay. This is just gonna return. Play is blocking, yes. And it should be in spawn blocking, not a normal spawn. Tokyo tasks. The spawn are cooperative. If a task doesn't yield a wait, then other tasks won't run. Okay, so I guess I have to look up the difference between what spawn and spawn blocking are. Oh, because we needed to do... Wait a second. What is this? Mismatch types. Oh. That one throws me off sometimes when it ends up being just an expression and it tries to return it, but it throws some error here and it's not entirely clear at first. Okay. So let's just build this real quick, make sure it compiles and runs. Okay. Let's just run this real quick and make sure it's working. Okay. So let's commit this for now. I have no idea how I got a file named that, but okay. What did we do? What did we do? What did we do? We implemented input and output lists. Okay. So there's that. So now that we have like a clean commit here where everything's working, now let's start looking at how we need to do this. So we currently have this hash map here of the mixers. However, this is now going to be wrong. Because when we look at our mixer create, we need to go out and hit play on it. Which we may need to do something later for. So I think that this was a bad move. I think that what we really need is a pub mixers hash map string arc mutex mixer, which is going to break a lot of stuff. Oh, missing one. Okay. So I guess we can just do a hash map new here. Okay. All right, and so here then we would need to do an arc new, mutex new, mixer. All right, mismatch closing delete. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so then here we would need to do a lock dot unwrap. Okay. Oh, this is actually not too bad. I thought this refactoring was going to be a bit more of a pain. All right, so we need to get the lock here. We need to unwrap it. Okay. All right, let's see. This function, spawn blocking, is intended for non-async operations that eventually finish on their own. If you want to spawn an ordinary thread, you would use thread spawn instead. Wait. So spawn blocking is for things that don't return back futures. Is my understanding correct? And then spawn would be for things that do return futures. So I guess now that we've made this, we could in theory return back this mixer. If we really wanted to. Which would also mean we wouldn't need all of these. No, we need these anyway, because we're going to call them from our handlers. So, okay. So, oh, we're not going to be able to. Crap. This is not going to work. Yep. Line 122. We're going to have some issues here. Wait. Right, lock. Unwrap. Lock. Unwrap. I feel like I should just servers dot mixers. I don't know what all this is about. Okay. Here's our mixer. Then lock dot unwrap here. Oops. Okay. So then we can get rid of all this stuff here. So we want a to df dot. Okay. That's a bit cleaner. What's going on, Asuka? Alright, so we need to fix all of these. So we don't need this. But we are going to need to fix this. No, that's not what I want. I do want this. Okay, so we need a m, let m equal m dot lock dot unwrap. Okay. Good evening, Dusty Posse. What's going on? Okay, so now we also have this one, which is going to be the same thing. All right. And we don't need this anymore. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so we need a lock dot unwrap here. Am I using normal mutex or Tokyo mutex? I am using I'm using normal mutex. Does Tokyo have one, and should I be using that one instead? You always get a warm and fuzzy feeling when seeing Rust code? Nice. I'm trying to get to the warm and fuzzy feeling part of Rust. I've been working on Rust a little bit the past couple of weeks, picking it up slowly. My primary language has been Go for about 9 years. Cannot find value. Oh wait. Oh yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. Okay. So now let's fix our output list. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Right. Here we need our lock and our unwrap. Okay. Will it build? Alright, move occurs based off mixers. Online 67. Wait. Why am I not just doing self.mixers here? I don't know why I did that there. Okay. Once you get over the feeling of somebody watching over your shoulder, namely the compiler, you'll be all right. Yeah, and you know, I value many of the things it complains about. I'm just trying to get in the habit of catching myself before I make the mistake. For example, a normal mutex shouldn't be held between await calls. A Tokyo mutex should, but Tokyo mutex performs worse than a normal mutex and should only be used if you hold the lock between awaits. Okay. Cannot borrow is mutable. On line 111. Our handler. Can I do an and mute here? It's not declared as mutable. Can our server is mutable as it is not declared as mutable? Oops. Oops. There we go. Nope, still not. Can I borrow mixer dot name is... Wait, oh, that's not what I want. There we go. Going crazy here. There's even clippy warnings if you hold locks between awaits and pedantic, so maybe you should activate it. Yeah, I need to set that up. I remember there was like a cargo watch. Somebody gave me cargo watch -X clippy, and there was another thing that I had me doing too. Supercuber, what's going on? Oh. Okay, here's where the refactor becomes problematic, I think. Entry has type. Alright, line 70. What's going on here? We're not doing anything with this value, though. So I'm confused why it's complaining about entry. Goombuk, what's going on? I remember when somebody asked how to make Clippy the most annoying thing in the world. Alright, I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's look at these really quick. Let's see if we can fix these first. Line 76. What's the error? Self is an and reference to the data it refers to cannot be borrowed as mutable. So we need a mute here, right? We need the same thing here. Okay. Alright, so now we just have to figure out what exactly this thing is saying. I'm going to copy this error. And we're gonna paste it right here because I want to try to understand what it's saying. Move occurs because reference entry has type. Updating your resume in LinkedIn, awesome. Yeah, I always forget to keep that up to date. It's going pretty good. I'm just working on this API, trying to make as much progress as I can. Running into all kinds of, ownership stuff with Rust. What's wrong with my typing today? Oh, I'm fumbling around on the keyboard as well. Is the line in match like a closure? So it'd be its own scope and has to be moved. It's not exactly a closure, I guess, but something related to... So here... Yeah, these are just called match arms, and this one's a little weird because I'm returning from the function, but really the value of whatever's in this arm gets returned from the match statement itself. Dr. Dumenberg, what's going on? Okay, so I'm not entirely sure. I want to do this really quick. Let's copy this. I'm going to move this, oops, to its own line. And let's see. Oh, wait, we need all of this first. Yep. Okay, so it seems like we probably have the same issue. Wait, why is that commented out? Use an unstable library feature entry insert. What? Okay, I'm really confused now. How's that different than here? Oh, because we turned back something. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, entry has type standard hash map vacant entry. Which does not implement the copy trait. But what are we doing with entry? Is that just because it's being returned? No. Oh. Wait a second. So this has something to do with the fact that we're trying to insert here. Let's try a different route here. Oh, I want to try something. Rather than doing entry, let's just check. Let's just do a mixers dot mixer dot self dot, there we go, mixers dot is there not like a exists method or something on here? Nope. Rust hash map key exists. It says that that's what it's checking. I see none of that. Oh, there's a contains key. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I want. I want contains key. And that would be its name. If it contains the key. And Pretzel Rocks crashed again. Okay, so if it contains the key, then we want to return back to there. Ah. Okay. Otherwise, we want to insert it. So this would be self.mixers.insert, right? Insert. Its key would be name, and its value would be arc new mutex new mixer. Okay. Mismatch types. What am I missing here? Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Is that our whole issue here?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Supercuber. Oh, right. So we need a .toString on here. No, that's right. Expected struct standard string. Yeah, it should be wrapped in one. That's what I thought. All right, so new mutex new. Okay. Cargo check. Cargo build. So I'm not entirely sure what this is. Why we get this error when we do this. But this code is just as clear, so does the same thing. So let's go back up to here. We don't need that. Cargo watch -x check. And like Clippy. Okay. Okay. So I think that refactoring is done. Now we just have to figure out when we go to mixer create. Now we need to get our mixer playing after we've inserted it. So I guess at this point, we need to clone it, right? We need to do let, we'll just say let m equal mixer.clone. That gives us our own clone of it. And now we need to do a, what was the call for Tokyo? Oh, I deleted it from here. Oops. A dab cough, yep. I mean, if you're gonna cough, you gotta do it in style. Would the second match arm cause a move, which is why entry is not available after it? Pratik, that's, I think, the question that I had. I wasn't fully understanding what that error was. What was the, there we go. Tokyo spawn. Okay. Bring up the match again. Yeah, let me. There we go. Mixer.clone. And Potato said that this should be a spawn blocking, I believe. Okay. Oh, okay, wait, let's do this. We need to... This should be... Let mixer equal arc. We'll put it in here. Mutex. No. Okay. Then we can do this, and then there's our mixer.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Pratik. Okay, so there's that. What are you complaining about? Oops. All right. We've inserted it. We're going to clone this. Then we've got our mixer here. So we should be able to do an m.play here. Okay. Cannot find function spawn blocking in Tokyo Crate. Oh, gotcha. Okay, you thought it was something else, so let's clear that back out. Okay. Just stopping to say hi, need to run along now. Thanks, Dr. Dumenberg. Have a good one. He will, I hope, what? Okay. We need to do a lock. Dot unwrap on this. Is that what I want to do, though? Because if I call await at the end, then this will block this function, right? I basically want to treat this, if you're familiar with Go, like a Go routine. I just want this to live out there forever. And to die whenever this completes. I don't want to wait in this function while it runs. Okay. Failed to resolve, use of declare module. Standard thread spawn. Okay. I swear I removed that. Yeah, I'm going to need to do that. And I guess really what I should do is... Yeah, Vega, I'm not sure. This is the very first I've done any asynchronous code in Rust. So I am totally leaning on the viewers here. So here's one thing, right? So we have this hash map here. Let's see, how does... Alright, so we get back a join handle on it. Right. And I guess we're going to store that somewhere. Now, is there a way to have like an array of join handles? Because what I'd really like to do is have the server wait for them to complete. Well, this mixer is not. This mixer is not the internal one. NFS, thanks for the follow. Okay, what does the pair programming do? I just put some stuff in the redemption thing. I thought it'd be kind of fun if somebody threw in points where I could bring them in through Discord or something like that, and we could collaborate on something. Let's at least add a to-do here to track this. To-do, store, join handle somewhere. But yeah, so in theory, I think we would want to try to, and I'm happy to do this right now too. We'd want to take this join handle, store it somewhere, and then we would want to, inside of our run function here, somehow wait on both this serve as well as our all of these individual mixer threads. I think that would be the thought. So I mean, let's see what happens here. Oh, we don't have it doing anything right now. So let's go into our main and update that real quick. So let's take all of this. And now we should be able to put all this in here. And now this mixer create shouldn't block anymore. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay. Oh, we need our use statements. So use switcher mixer input no. input URI, and then we need output RTMP and auto. Okay. What else are we missing? Can't borrow is mutable. Let mute server. Okay. By default, the Tokyo thread pool expects that tasks will only run for short periods at a time before yielding back to the thread pool. This is the basic premise of cooperative multitasking. That's why blocking and async is bad. Yeah, so play actually will block. Come on. All right, so it says we're playing, but I have the feeling that, well, I know we're not. So I think our issue is likely that we add these things and we don't change the pipeline. So this is one thing that we knew was probably going to occur. So I guess if we could test this, right? By, let's comment out this code really quick. What we could do to test this really quick is we could take this logic here and we could come into the run function here, right? Paste it. And we could say self.mixers. What's the best way to loop over? Is it for each? Yeah. So we could do a for each on it. And then okay, is this right? Then we would need to do a let m equal mixer.clone. Is that right? Oh, because that's a tuple. All right, let's see. So this is really, we don't care about the first value. This is what we want. Okay, so now in our run function is now where we're going to play everything. This is not what we're going to do long term, because really these things are going to be started up by hitting HTTP endpoints. But what I'd like to try to see is if our pipeline still works. So our threads don't start till here, which means we've already modified the mixers at that point. Let's test this to make sure it works. I mean, it should be one per mixer. So however many kind of channels you're managing. All right, there we go. I don't like this. Why is it not playing? So we're still stuck in a paused state. So something in our pipeline is broken. So we're gonna have to look at that. So let's generate an SVG for our pipeline. Pause.svg. Okay. Okay, so we do see that this URI decode bin is here. Our compositor. I mean, I don't see that connected, but so why are we stuck here? Let's just try something really quick just to ensure that it's not just a bug with the pipeline stuff. In main, let's remove this because we did have an issue sometimes where our pipeline would get stuck when we tried to use both RTMP and auto, and I thought we had fixed it, but let's just remove one of them to rule that out really quick. Okay, so the issue is still that. Okay, so that would mean also it would work the other way around. And I swore we had fixed this. Let's try it out over RTMP. Okay, so our issue is, wait, there we go. Okay, so that's just a GStreamer issue, which we're still gonna have to debug, but we'll get there. So right now we know that we can't mix output types, otherwise we have an issue. I wonder if using a thread pool or rayon would be better for that for each thread spawn. I don't know. I mean, if you want to shoot me a link, I can definitely look into it. Okay, so so we need to remove this though, because technically in run, this is not what we want to do, right? We want to create this on the fly. So we are going to have an issue though with this situation though, right? Where is it? Mixer, create, right? So this is technically where this is going to be spawned for now. Which means if we do this here, the pipeline will already be playing when this happens. But let's try it really quick. Okay, so this says it's playing. Okay, so we do have an issue here that we need to fix too. I'm gonna open up the GitHub project for it because we're starting to get some interesting cases. So issues. I'm not logged in. Of course I'm not logged in. Yeah, let's not do that here. I am logged in over here. Well, you know what? Here, we'll just do this. Alright. Just bear with me 2 seconds. I know it was going to want my two-factor auth and all that crap too. Okay. Alright, what is going on with my... Oh, weird. I found a bug with Dark Reader. I can't see what I'm typing in this text box. That's fun. Okay. Let's just go ahead and log in. I'm like two-factoring twice. I have to two-factor to get my 1Password stuff, and now GitHub wants me to two-factor as well. Okay. Okay. What? Oh, wait. That's right. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, so we're going to start adding some issues here just because we need to start keeping track of them. Pipeline breaks when using different output types. We try to output to both auto sync and RTMP. The pipeline never leaves paused state. Okay. What was our other issue? Oh, mixer. Background video is not scaled properly when it's the only video source. Okay. We want your secrets. I mean, if you watch enough, you inevitably will get them. I mean, the more you stream, the more you leak your secrets, right? Okay, so we're not going to work on those two problems right now just because they're not really related to this. I guess we can... You know what? Well, let's go ahead and add an issue in here while we're at it. Did I close it? Really? Oh, no, okay. So the other thing we want to do is server allow command line arguments. Okay. implement custom config. Okay. I did merge your PR. Thanks so much for that. I love pull requests. Okay. So that solved one of our issues. Oh, I guess we could do this too. Server. Graceful shutdown. We need to store all our join handles from our mixers and wait on all of them. And the HTTP server. Okay. I mean, we're making progress. Ladco, what's going on? Stream is going pretty good. We're doing some refactoring, running into some stuff, fixing some stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this alone for now. So we do have an issue though, right? Because when we add this, so our issue here is we can come here and we can watch this stream. Is it playing? It says it's still playing. Okay, that should still be playing. Or does it break? No. Okay, so we're in the playing state. Let's give it a second. But we should get something playing to here. And we just did. Okay, I clearly broke something. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? This was just working. So it's clearly not going out here, even though it says it's playing. Yeah, it was just working, and now... Oh, because it's saying it's playing, but I don't think the pipeline really changed, right? I'm willing to bet. So this is our issue. So let's commit this. Now I'm trying to remember what all this was, right?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Rouging. Okay, so let's just commit this. We're gonna leave our main alone. Okay, so... Oh no, so I know what the issue here is because we've modified the pipeline while it's already running. The reason we got it working before is because we did all of the pipeline modification and then we hit play. So our issue now is something that I knew was going to be a problem, and I knew we needed to fix anyway. Like, this is just something we need to implement yet inside of our pipeline logic. Even up until the point we started on the HTTP server side of things, we hadn't fixed that yet. We knew we were going to have to do that. HTTP refactor mutex to be around mixer and not hash map. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay. So, our options. This is going to be one of those choose your own adventure games. So our options are to start looking into modifying our mixer logic to update the pipeline on the fly while it's running, which we knew we'd have to do. And I think we actually, if we look at the source code for it, right, we can see up here we have that, right? Oh, I guess we had some sort of issue. I think we solved that. But see, handle dynamically changing pipeline while running. We had all of that still kind of dangling here to be worked on. So, any preferences? Do we want to just keep working on our HTTP API, knowing that we can't test that it really updates the stream? Or do we want to work on fixing our real-time pipeline modifications? I want to look at this really quick though too. I think there's like a join all or something that I've seen before. I'm sure there's got to be a way to do this, right? So, Rust, wait on multiple join handles. Okay, we figured out how to do all that. Okay. But so this isn't telling us that, right? So this says waiting for all threads to finish. But there's only one here, right? What I want to know is how do we manage work with multiple join handles? Well, actually, what can we do with that? Because can we cancel a thread? Okay, so that's the thread. What can we do with the thread? Can we cancel it? Because, I mean, that would be fine. Because ultimately, that's all we really need to do is, you know, if somebody decides to shut things down, then we want to be able to stop the thread, right? Right, so that joins. Thread local storage. And that's just yielding. So we don't really have a way of stopping the thread from the outside for the parent to kill the child. You could use channels to make the closure running in the thread to terminate itself. Because currently play, unless we stop it. Well, I mean, so here's the question, right? Do we need to wait for those threads? Right? Because realistically, if we created a let's go find our play function, right? So here's our play function. So in theory, this should, I guess when it hits end of stream, it's going to break. Okay, so we are going to have to implement something in here, right? So basically, the only reason why this is like this is mainly for all of this logic. So maybe the answer here is actually not to do all of this thread spawning here. Because we're only doing this for our logging purposes. So really what I think we might want is something like this. Join handle, right? And then I don't know what that was. What's the type being returned there? I'm guessing it's a standard thread join handle. Standard thread join handle. But that can't be. We're going to have to make it an option. Because when we create it, we're not going to spin that thread up yet, right? Or does it matter? Okay, let's go this route. Let's just move all of this stuff from play into its own function. Actually, really. And take this, move that up here. Okay. So now this would make play not block. Right? That's just going to set the pipeline state. And then here we can have like watch bus, I guess we could call it. I don't really care about that. I guess if we hit here, I don't think we even care about this. Right. I don't care. Oops. Alright, we're watching the bus. If we hit here, I guess we can do that. That's fine. Okay. Then that would mean we could, inside of our new function here, right? Yeah, okay. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. So we'll take this logic here. So we should be able to spawn a thread here and do self.watch bus. No, I don't like that. Crap. Because then we're gonna need a reference counted version of ourself, right? Maybe we can just clone ourselves. Mixer. Let mixer equal self.clone. I think we are clonable. Maybe not. Wait a second. No, it's not mixer, it's... No, it's pipeline. It's pipeline. Yeah, so this will work. It's pipeline. We want pipeline equals, we're going to get a clone of pipeline, and then inside of here, we're going to call, no, crap. Well, I guess we're not doing anything here. So pipeline, pipeline. We don't even need this here. So let's just move this out. It's not part of the type. We can just use it as a function. It is not public. Because all it needs is access to a pipeline, right? So pipeline, GST, pipeline. We're going to use this for now. Okay. Pipeline. And pipeline. We might need to do some other stuff later, but for now, there's no reason that shouldn't be there. Spawn. So now we should be able to do a pipeline, or watch bus pipeline here, right? Or P. Okay. And then this gives us back our handle. And then this wants our join handle. And we're going to give it that. Alright, what are we complaining about now? Expected one type argument. Did I screw that up? Wait, what? Expected one type argument. Isn't that what this is? Oh, it's a generic. So it's a unit struct. Gotcha. Thank you for that. I probably would have been here all day. Okay, what else do we have? Alright, so 198. Oh, so we can just return this expression. Oh, because it's not the right type, so what's it return? What does set state return? Let's see. Set state returns back. State change success, state change there. Okay. So, but this works. Okay. Okay. So, what is this? Warn dead code on default. Why must it be used? I don't care if it's used. Can I do this and just do like a let if I want to get that to go away? Alright. And then I'm guessing that's just because we're not really using the join handle yet. You're talking about for here? Let's try it. Let's do that. No, we can't hear because this doesn't return anything. Oh, you're talking about play. Okay. Is this a valid way to do this if I just want to turn the warnings off, like that I don't really care about this? And realistically, I guess I don't really need that here either, right? So I could come up to play, and we can also do a pub function stop. Right, and then mismatch types, why? Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to go back and do a lot more error checking and handling and things like that, and better logging and a lot of stuff as we get further along. So, let's see. So after we set this, let's see, state changed. I think we also want to check here and say if state change dot get current equals I don't even know what type this comes back as. Wait, what? How's that? Oh, because this is, that's why. All right. All right, so this should be, it doesn't know. I'm going to assume it's that, so. Let's comment this out real quick. Yeah. I've been learning more and more of them as people in the chat have been. Okay. So this is, I think we should be able to compare this to null. And if it is null, then we break. Cannot find state change in this scope. State changed. Mismatch types. Okay, so we're expecting enum GSD state. Alright, I guess we need to match now on this. And then we should be able to let it yell at me and tell me what arms I'm missing. Oh, is it really not going to say? Alright, let's go to the documentation for GStreamer. And see if we can find for GST state. All right. Okay, so here is our state change message, and we're getting back a state, which is an enum. Okay. So we should be able to just say if GST state, right? Null. Right? Break. Otherwise, is that valid? Continue. Okay. Okay, so this should do what I want now. So now this function should automatically execute the second I set the state to null, which I hope right now is valid. You know, that null is only when we're wiping the entire pipeline. So now that would give us the opportunity to, in our stop method, after that's set, to call self dot join handle dot join, right? Cannot move out of self join handle, which is behind a shared reference. So why can't we store that in there and then use it? Do I need to wrap this in a mutex or something? Does this really need to be an arc? If you make the join handle an option, you could set it as some join handle. Oh, I want to try this because that seems like a pattern that I might actually use in a lot of places. To just take ownership of something. So if we have an option here, is what you're saying. And now I actually like this because that means I can come down here and I can remove this from here because I never really wanted it there to begin with. And I can take this and put it where I wanted it, which is in play. So now here I could say self.pipeline.handle, no, self.join handle equals, I guess I don't, you just do this, right? Self.join handle equals this. Mismatch types, why? Oh, because we need to wrap it. We need to wrap it in a sum. Okay. I like this a lot better. So then you're saying I could do a self.joinhandle.take.join. Let's see. Join is not found on option. I guess I still have to do an unwrap on it. All right, missing, oh, line 115. That's just because I didn't do, join handle, none. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh, 195, we need to make this mutable. And we need to make this mutable.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Smooth5M, thanks so much for the follow. Okay. What do we got now? Unused must use on by default. Okay, is there something I'm supposed to be doing with this join handle?
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Rave1000. Okay, so let's take a look at this spawn. What are they doing for join? Wait, no, that's a... Oh, that's Tokyo's. Oh, we have to unwrap it? Cannot move out of... I thought that's the take was to solve that problem. And it's working. Okay. So now, in theory, I don't know. I'm going to try something here, because I think... This should force the pipeline to update. Let's pull that up real quick. I'm going to have to declare tab bankruptcy. Takes the value out of the option, leaving none in its place. Oh, this is cool too. I like that as well. Okay, so we added an input. Let's also do it in output add. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work, but I just want to try it out because our issue is that we're going to add these new elements to our pipeline and they're not going to be in the playing state. So I want to try this really quick. Okay, so we see ourselves enter the playing state. And we see this link succeeding. So now, is Sintel playing? Okay, so I don't think that our pipeline is actually updating. So we're going to have to do some serious debugging here. And what I think I'd rather do here is it's going to be easier probably to debug this if we just do an I'm going to call this auto. And we're going to use the auto output for now. It'll be easier to kind of see what's going on here. Unused import switcher input. Ah, crap. This is the one we really wanted. There we go. Now this is going to be auto. Auto. Okay. This will just pop up that little window next to us where we can preview it there. And we can kind of see what happens. Okay, so it never actually pops that window. So I think one thing we probably want to do, just for debug purposes, is to probably inside here we have where during state change we're debugging to a dot file. We might want to create an HTTP endpoint where if we hit it, then it generates a dot file for us. So let's do that. So we don't really need a result file here. So let's say generate dot. We don't need a mutable version of ourselves. We don't need to return anything. Okay. And then we just need this line of code right here. Okay. And then it's going to want a name. So we also need, I mean, I guess we don't even really need, this doesn't even need to be a part of the mixer, does it? We could just make it a public function. All right. And then we can tell it we want name. And this is going to be an SCR. Why do we have errors? Mismatch closing delimiter. Okay. We do need the pipeline. Never mind. I take that back. Okay. Okay, here we go. So now we have this helper method to spit that out. Let's go into our HTTP server. Wait a second. We don't need any of this here. We already moved this. Okay. Where is our routes method? So .or all right, generate dot server dot clone. Oh, we need it would be mixer debug. We'll just call it. Okay. And let's go to our filters. And we are going to need, it's going to be the same thing as a mixer's get, except it's going to look like this. And we're going to say debug. Yeah. Okay. Mixer debug. Okay. One thing that would probably be cool in the future to do is we can probably do it, add a to-do to maybe have like debug actually just give us back the SVG so that we can just display it in the browser, right? Because eventually this is going to be running somewhere and we might want to debug it. Okay, so let's come up here to our mixer get. Okay. We're just going to borrow this for now. Mixer debug. All right, so that's our name of our mixer. This is where we have the mixer. Where's our status? Because I know we just did that. So let's mark this warps. Yeah, that's what we want. So we don't want created. We want, so just okay. Yep. All right. There we go. So now we have our mixer, and then we're going to do mixer dot generate dot, and we're just going to hard code it to be debug. All right. Let's try it. Okay, so now we have this running. What I'd like to do is we should be able to say now debug, right? And in theory now, that should have created something in our graph.is directory called debug dot. There it is. Perfect. I should look into running external commands. This would be a cool feature to implement like now-ish. Because I type this quite a bit. Debug dot to graph.is debug dot SVG. Okay. Let's see. Right, debug. I'm going to go ahead and implement this feature now, because I think we're going to use this a lot as we start debugging our pipeline. So here we actually have soup HTTP source. Okay, so here's all of our beginning pipeline. This all seems to be connected just fine. So it looks like we just have an issue with our audio sync and video sync. So somehow when we connect this after the fact is when we get our issue. Is that like a caps issue? We're sending 3400. I think we do need to set. Well, no, because we're not even looking at our buffer sizes here. So this should all be fine. So I feel like this is like some sort of buffer issue. Okay. Well, I wanna implement this feature because I think this is gonna be ridiculously nice to have. Thanks for the follow, Shervin. So, GD, should I be programming every day to get better? When you say you've been programming since you were 14, do you mean every day-ish? Not every day, right? You know, balance is important. I started learning to program at 14. I probably started getting really serious about it where I spent hours every single day, somewhere around 16. But I mean, I've been through periods in my life. I didn't become a professional programmer until I was 21. So, you know, I had jobs and things like that, so I couldn't program every day. But I mean, obviously, just like any skill, the more you do it, the better you're going to get and the quicker that's going to happen. So I want to know, is there another version of this? How old are you, GD? Are you just starting to program? Debug. Yes. Okay. So this is what we want. We want this debug to .data. Excuse me. So in theory, we should be able to do this and then return back. Can we just return back a string? I don't want to hand back data that's wait. .data, right? Debug to .data. And wait, what are the details? Debug. Okay. That's just this, right? Thought it was like all or something, right? Okay. I'm 25, program backend dev, 4-ish years. I look at people like you and I always feel I didn't start early enough. That's absolutely not true. I went through periods of my career, especially early on when I was in my early to mid 20s and I had a lot more free time where my skill set felt like this and I felt like, you know, I was a way better programmer every month than I was a month earlier, and I could look at a year of progress and the things that I learned. And then, you know, as I got older and into my 30s now, you know, there's time where I look back at 2 or 3 years and I'm like, have I really learned anything new? And sometimes I actually feel like I have atrophied in ways. So you're gonna have periods of time you're gonna learn a ton. You're gonna have periods of time where you're gonna have a lull, and I think that's just part. You know, that's normal. You know, even now, I mean, you know, I've been big in the Kubernetes and Go world for a number of years, but the past couple years, I mean, there's not a ton that I've done that's really challenged me. This project certainly is, though. But that's the cool thing about it, you know. I'll come out the other side of this, and I'll be a lot smarter for it. Okay, so can we convert a G string? All right, let's go look at our docs here for GStreamer. All right, debug to dot data. What is a G string and what can we do with it? Okay, so we can do an as str with it. Perfect. So let's just do that then. Let's just return back this. And then we should be able to just say as str. Done. What's this warning? Unused variable name. Oh, okay, because we don't need this anymore. Been really meaning to ask someone from Microsoft or Google like this. Are people at these companies better programmers than people at other companies on average? Absolutely not. These big companies like this, right? They have a large variation of programming ability, right? All the way from interns who are still, you know, early on in their college, you know, all the way up to, you know, inventors of crazy technologies we use every day. So people are going to fall all over the spectrum. They do employ ridiculously smart people, but just because somebody works at a company that is a household name doesn't guarantee that they are somehow smarter. Will working at other companies make me know stuff I wouldn't normally? If I don't work for any of these companies, how can I learn the stuff otherwise? That really depends. What is it that you want to know, right? So working at a large company, you often will get put on a team where your discipline is very focused. Whereas smaller companies, you tend to get to touch a lot of things. Granted, you know, that also depends on the team. Even at big companies, you can touch a lot of things. If your interest is in scale, then absolutely, right? Like working for, you know, a large company like this, you have to learn to build things, you know, at a different scale. I got to do a practice in a small company was made to code an island. Yeah, and I mean, that's the best way to do it. Keep writing code. You'll keep building a foundation. You'll keep chipping away, and it'll get faster and faster and faster, where you'll just get better, and you'll build more and more complex things. MS intern here. You can definitely learn about some internal technologies at large companies, but as Eric said, you might end up in a very specific niche. Yeah, and that's the difficulty, right? And you know, it's really hard. Like that's why I've always found it kind of interesting where, you know, you'll get people who like list X everything on their Twitters, but working for the company doesn't. What did you do? What did you work on? Right? Like I'm in developer relations and I get to do cool stuff, but like I didn't invent the Samba protocol, right? But there is clearly somebody who works at Microsoft who did, right? One of the co-creators of Kubernetes works there. I didn't invent that. So there is a large variation. So you just have to kind of take it with a grain of salt and understand what role the person played there, right? And even in titles, right? I know people who are interns who are smarter than people who are seniors sometimes. It's for example, we have this SaaS app, 90 million users, and it fails every other week. I just wonder how MS or Google does it so well and how stuff just works there. GD, the answer is perception is reality. Sometimes systems that you see at large companies like that are also bubblegum and duct tape. You will learn as you work for small companies to large companies that not everything is perfect anywhere. I also started with knowing nothing and learning everything on the job, and I think I'm still a bad programmer, but so much better than a year ago, much better than... I mean, we always feel that way, though, right? I think I'm a bad programmer, and some of the stuff I write on stream, I'm not happy with because, there's almost like a... it's not as entertaining to sit here and do more verbose things and error handling, and, I try and do that elsewhere. I need to get better about just writing code how I would write it and not worrying about like the entertainment value of it. But okay, so this should now get us back our dot data. So now we need to figure out what to do with this. So let's figure out in Rust, how do I execute or let's see if there's a graphiz crate that I can use. That would be even better. Let's see. I don't like being pressed for time. I want to make good software over time. That's part of the trade-off. It's part of the trade-off, honestly, of being a programmer is, you never have the time to do it the right way. And if you do everything perfectly, you never ship. So where's the balance? So Rave 1000, what part of Microsoft do you work for? Oh, SharePoint, awesome. Why am I looking for GStreamer there? I want graphiz. So we've got FFI bindings. I don't know which one of these I want. Okay, so this is... That's for generating them, but what I want is I want to be able to generate... Yeah, that's not what I want. I need a crate for allowing me to take dot data and then generate the graph, or the SVG. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I think all of these are just going to be for... Oh, wait. Yeah, so this is just to generate the stuff. And then they still want you to use the dot command. What if I just search for dot? I just feel there's some secret sauce to write working software that only these companies know of, because Google fetches millions of results in 2 seconds and our applications can't. Well, so at the end of the day, though, right? There are things that they do, right? But that's stuff it's not a secret, right? Lots of companies do this stuff. So learning to build things that are at that scale and stable and things like that. There are things that are practices that are invented and tools that are invented inside these companies and stuff like that. But it's not a secret only they know, right? And, a lot of the stuff is building resilient software that recovers from its own failures. And in addition to that, a lot of it is just iterative, right? There's people who just work on that specific thing and they just keep making it better and better and better and better. So I don't think this is what I think it is. Yeah, generates the files. That's not what we want. I mean, I could call out to the dot command, which might be what we need to do. Oh, wait a second. No, it is. Let's just do this. Let's close this, close this, close this, close that, close that. Okay, so they probably have highly educated people that are proficient in really advanced fields of computer science. It is bleeding edge, but is not on a level. Well, that's the other thing too. Muramander or Muramader, is that how you say your name? That's the thing too, is you got to remember Microsoft has like 160,000 employees, you know, the overwhelming majority of those being engineers, right? You've got a large group of people who specialize in like the bleeding edge and, you know, highly academic areas. But then you also have a lot of day-to-day programmers who are just building features into the apps and adding buttons and, you know, Rust execute command. Okay, standard process command. This is what we're looking for. Okay. Okay, sweet. So this looks like what we probably want. So let's go into our debug method here. So now we have our dot data. So at this point, we now have, so we're going to call dot. And the only thing we care about, well, can we send standard into dot? Because it wants a file name, right? Oh, right, we need a -t svg here, right? Let's see. Well, that's not what we want. I want, where's our usage? There we go. Examples. Well, no, that's not what we want. I should be able to pass it in, right? Let's see if I can send it to standard in. We're gonna try this real quick. So we should be able to just cat graph is, I don't know, we'll call it debug dot. Okay. And then we should be able to pipe that into dot. Okay, so that works. So we need to look at how to get standard in to go to this command. Okay, so
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
thanks for the follow, Bees Vernice. There's a piped method. Yes, but it seems smaller companies rarely reach that level, although open source projects are doing really great. No, I mean, there's some smaller companies that turn into big companies too, right? And you can learn any of these things you want. You just have to figure out kind of like what area you're most interested in and, you know, to drill into that. Okay, so what's... All right, how do I send data into standard in? That's what I want to know. I think Dropbox has like 40 engineers and they have an incredible reach. You don't need 100K employees to make a difference. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Okay, so don't need that. So this should be standard in. Okay. What is this? Rust process, pass in data to standard in. Oh. Vega's got the sauce. What's this? Well, I saw this part, and I guess I'm reading it wrong. And defaults to piped when used with output. Okay, so... Okay, here we go, here we go. All right. So this is really what we want. I think most of that we can keep, right? So, so I guess we need a let mute command equal that. Standard in needs to be a standard IO piped. Okay. This can all go away. And then it looks like we need to do this. To resolve undeclared type or module command. Didn't I just... Okay. Okay, so here's all this. Why can't you undeclared type or module command? Oh, I swear I just imported it. Man. Oh, that is because we are inside of another module. So we need to put that up here. There we go. This guy, Yaz, is talking bad things about you on his stream right now. What? Why do I have the feeling that that is some sort of spam? Male PKC, if you're watching somebody talk bad things about me on a stream right now, what is my name? If you can't tell me my name, I don't believe you. You're a bot. Okay, what is this? Undefined keyword, what? Alright. Okay. Undefined value child in the scope. That's because we named ours command, which is font. They did the same thing in Beacon Stream. Yeah, yeah. Except they make a lot of assumptions about the fact that whether or not I care whether or not somebody is talking bad about me. I'm sure it's probably not the worst thing that has been said about me or to me. Wait a second. No field standard in on type. Okay, what did I mess up here? Oh, okay. So we need this to be spawn. Okay. What's this? Unused variable. Okay, that's fine. And then we're gonna do this. Interesting. Why? I wonder why they use this separate block here. Okay. So we are going to change inside of here, and we're just going to call mixer.generate dot. And we can get rid of this variable here. Okay. What does this want? A string? Oh. So we need a slice of U8. So this needs to be what? A dot chars? This is 100% a bot because the user mail is not even watching the stream he linked. Yeah. And I imagine it probably targets viewers more than it does the streamer, right? Because, like, what's the likelihood the streamer is going to stop mid-stream and go look at what's being said? Secondly, why would they stream whatever's being said bad about them to all of their viewers? Yeah, but yeah, people love drama. So returns a value referencing data owned by the current function. Ah, crap. Okay, so wait, what line was that? 218. So we need to do what? Data clone? I mean, we're going to have to convert it anyway. So if we did a toString, right, then we should be able to say toString here. That gets us an owned copy of it, right? And then can we still do as bytes on it? Drama does attract people, and I don't know why. Yeah. Rust error messages are freaking sweet. Okay, so now we have this being generated. So now what we need to do is capture the output and then return that back as our response body. So let's figure out how to do that. We're going to have to look at some warp code, but this looks like... I think we can return an error, right? So right, so command. Am I taking ownership of the pipeline? I'm not. It's actually all managed in C. There's some reference counted pointers in there. Could not convert error to. What was I doing for? I guess I haven't been handling errors in here. I don't even know what this infallible stuff is. All right. We're just going to use the expect there. For now. Okay. So that gets us our output, which should hopefully be SVG data. How to work with SDR101 you don't use to string instead. Okay, well, I guess let me go back and I'll try and fix that. Musin, what's going on? Okay, so we're saying that I should really actually return back this, right? But if I do that, I need to figure out how to get my own copy of it, right? But I don't have clone, right? Can I do this? No. I think I don't fully understand how that works, but yeah, I have this issue here though. Cannot return value referencing temporary variable. Let's dot equal. Yeah, so the toString is the only way I found to get around this. Is there a better way to do that? All right. Here's Musin with the sauce. A STR is borrowed. If that pipeline doesn't give you a borrowed type back, then you need to have ownership of it. Otherwise, the borrow ends at the end of the scope, and you can't have dangling references in ref. Right, so I'm not entirely sure how to get back a... This is going to return back a... So how do I get around that then? It's owned. I really need to dig more into this. So right, so it's giving me a reference to a string that's on the stack. Wait, what? I just typoed that. What was the function called? Pipeline dot debug. Oh, I just somehow deleted that. Okay. So this is already a str. No, it's a G string. So can I get anything off of here? So that's what I was returning was a string, but somebody just said that that's not the right way to do that. But yeah, that's what I was doing here was a toString. Okay. So this gets us our output. Unused variable output. Okay, so this should in theory be SVG data. Now, we need to figure out how to get that to the screen. So let's look at warp. Oh, you're saying I should hand back the G-string thing? Yeah, I was just trying to abstract away some of all the G-object stuff from like all of the upper layers of things. But I mean, I suppose I could have handed back the G-string. Okay. I thought we had the examples open here. Let's go to source. Fun fact, everything is filtering. Yeah, I'm still struggling with warp a little bit. But all right, so all of this is using like this JSON stuff. So I need to figure out how to return back just raw data. So it looks like there's like a warp body. Warp body. All right. No, I want to... How do I write the body? Oh, right. So that's coming in. But what I'm looking for is writing data to... So it has a warp reply. That's what we're looking for. Warp reply. Okay. Okay, so we should be able to do a response builder here. Oh, so this is the map. Okay, so this is where I start getting... Okay, so it needs to return back a warp reply. Or something that implements warp reply. So response builder. It's implemented for some types for you. Use it now. So does that mean potentially string it's already implemented for? For box, for response, for string. Yep. Look at that. Reply is implemented for some types for you. Response string, status string, anything that can go into a hyper body. So if you return a foo or a foo.toString, that'll count as a reply. Okay, perfect. Yep. So that's what it looks like. So I should be able to just return back. Wait, nope, not you. I should be able to just return back here, output then, right? Because that's not, so that is not, I'm guessing there's a toString, no. Okay, so this is we want the standard out on there. I guess we need to convert this to a string, right? Can we do a string from on this? No. From UTF-8. Okay. Okay. We need, we're going to need to go through and handle all of these things later, but do hornets die when you hit them with a fly water, or does that just make them angry? I mean, I guess it depends on how hard you hit them with it. Okay. So now is the moment of truth. Okay. So if we play this, or once this starts running, we should now have a debug endpoint that will generate our SVG. Okay, so we're now stuck in a paused state. Uh-oh. We clearly broke something though. All right, so now if we come here, okay, so that, does it really spit it out there? Okay, so we didn't manage to... Okay, we do have an issue here, but we'll come back to that. So it looks like we didn't manage to... wait. Because we didn't trap our standard out. At the time, I didn't think about that. Okay. Okay, so we need to output a content type header here. So where is our warp logic? So we're going to need one of those response builders, right? So warp reply response. Okay. So it looks like we need to do like a builder though. They had response builder. Okay. Let's take this. Now let's just try this. Okay, response. Is this gonna work? Use warp. Oh. Okay, so that's just the type, it's not the builder.
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Magister. Are you using LLD and crane lift? My warp project used to take 5 minutes to compile, now it takes 2 minutes. I am not using those. Ooh. Response has a builder function on it. Okay. So we can use response here. Builder. And we should be able to use response. And then nope, it does not. Or is it? Which function takes one argument? Builder? All right, let's just look it up real quick. Response. Builder. No, it's just response builder. Am I importing the wrong response? And this should be status code. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is all under normal HTTP, not warp. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Alright, response. So it is an HTTP response. I'm confused. Okay, so this is what we want. Right? That looks like how we wrap our reply to just include a header. Yeah, that doesn't find builder here. Excited, what's going on? Okay, so this is just spitting out the values. This isn't to set them. So it looks like the way to do this is to do this. So this would be basically okay. And then what is this? Content type. All right, let's see. Oh, that's not what I want. I always forget the freaking MIME types for stuff. Image / SVG XML. I knew it was something weird. Oops. Image slash SVG plus XML. I like all my XML and image format, exactly. I knew it was something weird. I was trying to remember what it was, though. Okay. Let's try it. Okay, there we go. Sweet. All right. We now don't need to do all of the typing on the command line while we debug our pipelines. We can just hit it in the browser. We beat part of the game. I3 is life. All right, let's see. We're gonna leave that alone. What did we do to the mixer? All right, I need to remove those playthings that clearly did not work. Okay. You go away. You go away. Okay. And then let's commit this. So what did we do? Added automatic. Added mixer debug endpoint to generate SFG or SVG file dynamically. All right. The computer doing the work for us. The future is now. Imagine needing to edit a config file to try out some changes. Yeah, I have to stop jumping around so much. I've literally reformatted my computer 20 times in the last 6 weeks trying to find the right world to live in. McCann, you must know Brian Kettleson. Brian's a friend of mine. He switches between Linux and Windows and paves his computer every time, and Mac about every other day. I finally gave up, and so I actually have another machine next to me. I don't think the camera's going to turn over there, but yeah, you can kind of see the corner of the monitor that I've been setting up Windows over there to do like Photoshop and Premiere and stuff like that on. I mean, Linux is sort of where it's at for me. I mean, I occasionally need some stuff on Windows, but 99% of the time I'm good in Linux. All right, so what's next? I mean, we do have our broken pipeline stuff, which that's going to be one of those things where we are going to spend the entire day tomorrow just screwing with how to get that working. I just have a second SSD for Windows while Linux and just change the boot order instead of dealing with you. Yeah, so I tried to do the dual boot thing too. And like, it's just, I hate having to, I constantly leave stuff open. So I hate having to reboot and then I have to like save and set everything up again. So I just don't. And then VMs, I've tried that too and just never really there. I like just being able to kind of turn and do what I need to do and turn back. I want to be using Linux, but it's just not there yet. It's close. I tried so many times, but it just does not work. It's a lot better than when I started running Linux on the desktop. I started doing Linux on the desktop full time right around 2002, I would say. I run Windows as KVM with a physical disk and GPU pass-through and a KVM switch. Nice. Okay, what feature do we want to work on next? So, we're not going to commit that because this is just test code. We're going to have to start figuring out why our pipeline is broken though. So like I kind of wonder here, how do we do a sleep in Rust? Rust sleep. Where in the standard levers? Standard thread sleep. I kind of want to try this real quick. Alright, so we're going to say, I don't know, 500 milliseconds, half a second. We're going to give it. We're going to sleep, and then we're going to try and add some stuff to it. Unresolved time, so we need to use time. And use thread. No. Oh, standard. Standard thread. Oops. Standard thread. And time. All right. Yeah, I think Linux is there. I think for most of what most people do, I mean, unless like you're using some specific software, you know, Photoshop or something, it's there. High DPI support, bad scaling, non-smooth scrolling. I mean, the Chrome, right? The Chrome is always going to need work. We need more people working on that stuff. But I mean, I don't really care about a lot of that crap because most of the time, like you can see, most of the time I'm in a browser window or in a terminal. Let's see. No distro has good high DPI monitor support. Not even the new Wayland. Yeah. The one thing I will complain a little bit about with Linux is it is almost 2021. Can we get a freaking good email client yet? Like, is that too much to ask? Yeah, so this sleep is only going to exist here just because I want to try something out. I want to basically, this spins up a thread. Oh, wait. No, never mind. I can't do that. That doesn't matter. That's not going to do what I wanted to do. Okay, so So our pipeline didn't even start playing then. Oh, wait. No, I wanted to do that. Okay. So we have an issue right now where you can see here, this sort of sits here, but nothing happens. So let's wait 500 milliseconds and then do it again and see whether our pipeline starts playing. Now, why are we not getting our debug logs here? All right, I'm gonna remove all of this out of here for just a second. And let's see whether our pipeline plays. Okay, I managed to break some stuff somewhere. Because now, well, wait a second. I feel like it has something to do with our new debug. Because this, I swear it was working before here. All right, let's comment out all of this. And then let's just return back. Well, everybody, apparently I'm really hated because, I mean, that stream is still talking crap about me is what it says. And apparently they are being racist about me. That's what AutoMod is picking up right now. Like, freaking spam bots. Okay, so that wasn't it. Crap. Oh, okay. This is our issue. In our mixer create, we're not we need to do a mixer.play. No method found for struct. Oh, lock dot unwrap dot play. Okay. Unexpected token. 162. Somehow we managed to move all of our... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Mr. Halsey, what's going on? Rocker Boo, it was you. I knew it was you over there talking crap in other people's channels about me. There's a bot spamming channels with a link to another channel using inflammatory remarks to get people to get. Yeah. That's. I don't know that you were in here, Musin. This is the second or third one I think that's come in here about it. So we're just kind of making jokes that apparently other streamers hate me. Yeah. There's more coming in because they're using profane language in them. They're popping up in auto mod. Yeah, there's a ton of Rust people here. Okay, so here is, that's now saying it's playing, but there we go. Okay, so it's playing, but we can see that nothing happened, right? So our pipeline is not getting updated. So maybe we really do need to come into our, let me commit this before I forget. Get diff source HTTP. All right. Accidentally deleted logic to play pipeline. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't do a git add. Okay. All right. Let's see. So that's working. Where do we leave off? Okay, so we need to figure out our issue. So when we add an input, I did put the logic here to do a self.pipeline.play. I don't think this is the right answer because I think what we really want to do is actually get our no method. Wait, what? There should be a play method on it. I think what we ultimately are supposed to do is get all of our new elements into the same state as the pipeline and then add them to the pipeline. So this might require us going back to, this might require us to go back to the, what were those inner sinks and sources that we were using before that just didn't want to work correctly. No method play found for, oh wait, no, it's self.play. So we can try this really quick. Okay, so that didn't, oh wait a second, because we removed all this. So let me remove this really quick. Just to...
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, you got sponged. Okay. So we notice we added everything, but nothing really happened here. Although I don't see this, I don't see the state change here either. However, I think if we do this, we see a state change. Yep, okay. So that's our issue is, so we set the pipeline state, which ends up setting the state on all of the new elements. So now if we go to our debug endpoint, we now see this here connected. but we don't have an output. Ooh. So I don't know what this 0 is here. What does that mean? Null. Okay, so our new elements aren't there. Okay, so that is our issue. Yeah, the compile times are terrible right now. So this is our issue. I don't know that we'll have time to resolve it this stream, but we can start there tomorrow. But you notice everything that was a part of the pipeline before. So here we can see this got added to the pipeline, but we can see that this is all in like a paused state. All the way up through here. And then we have everything that was a part of our pipeline before is in the playing state. But then when we come back here to the other end of our T where we just connected our new elements, we can see that these are in the null state. So if we look inside of our to-do here, we can see we already kind of knew that we were going to have to address this, that we're going to need to synchronize the state between the bin elements and stuff. So my concern here is that we may have a race condition, right? Because we have all of these elements that we need to create. And we're gonna have to call it on each element. Well, no, I guess we have this, don't we? We have inputs and outputs, don't we? So then I guess in theory, I'm just thinking here. Those are our inputs, those are our outputs. We could, in our mixer input here, for example, where we have our link unlink, we could potentially have a set state, right? Because our types should have all of our elements on them. And that's how we're managing, like, oh, we don't even have unlink working yet. For here. I guess we need to implement those. Okay, so let's do this. We need to implement this really quick. This unlink should remove many. We don't have the pipeline saved on here. All right, let me look at this, because I think we have some inconsistencies here between our types. Because I think on the outputs, we saved our pipeline. We did. So we needed the same thing for our URI. Okay, call link. We want to set self.pipeline equal to some pipeline. Okay. All right, so we need to unwrap that. I forgot how much work we still had to do in here. Okay. I don't think we implemented unlink here either. Oh, we did. Why does that? Oh, because that's doing some kind of conversion. Okay. So that. However, we do have some issues with we're not detaching or we're not removing. When we do this, I don't think we're actually removing the pad from the T, which is still going to break things, but okay, so I guess it was only for the input that we missed it. Missing pipeline online. Oh, 136. Pipeline is none. Okay. I borrowed here after move. Didn't end up using that. What was our other one? Line 161. 161. How much in Rust do you often just remove things to solve an error rather than doing it a different approach? I find I do that quite a bit. 159. Okay. Okay. So we're getting there. I still have to decide. Tomorrow, we have a couple of things that we need to implement, right? So we still have our other endpoints for adding and removing inputs and outputs. We haven't implemented those yet. So we can implement those tomorrow, even though we know that our pipeline's not going to work. Or the other option is going to be to start working on how to modify the pipeline while it's already running. Which could be a day of pain. I mean, I've got some notes here for some stuff we need to look into. But I guess we still need let's see. Did I add that? Oh, I added a ticket for it. These things can't be used together or they get stuck in the paused state. Okay. Designing software for microcontrollers is a pain, and I just want back to x86. Yeah. Yeah, there's some interesting things you have to think about when doing stuff for microcontrollers, and I've done, you know, minimal amount of stuff for them, but yeah. All right. Well, I was going to call it quits here in the next like 15 minutes anyway. I don't think that there's really anywhere we're going to make much progress on in that amount of time. So, did anybody have any questions about what we're working on for the larger project? Stuff we did today, some of the stuff that still needed to be done, or are we ready to raid somebody? All right, I'm going to take the silence to mean that we are going to raid somebody. Yeah, Nick Sative, I was actually going to raid Melky. Melky's never on at the same time as me, so this is a rare occasion. So. Okay, so yeah, so this web service is actually to control a larger thing. The larger thing is, I need this URL here. It's basically a cloud video switcher. So it's going to allow people to push their video streams to endpoints, and then we are going to be able to take them as if they were cameras and then switch, saying send streamer 1 out to Twitch, now switch to, and we can like live hot swap between these or videos. We can do picture in picture. We can have a scheduler that a coworker of mine is working on, automate the whole process of saying at 1 p.m. the streamer goes live, at 2 p.m. the streamer goes live, and we can send them multiple outputs. So what we're working on today is the API, the HTTP API for like this scheduler to control this thing. So that's what some of this GStreamer stuff you see me messing with. And when I talk about the pipeline and inputs and outputs, that's what these things are. These are video inputs and video outputs. So the RTMP output and things like that. Yes, it's a REST API. But yeah, I mean, check back tomorrow. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday from 1 to roughly 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. I throw in the occasional stream on other days as well, and evenings and stuff like that whenever I feel like it. And I might stream this weekend a bit too. I really want to make some more progress on this thing. But yeah, definitely check back. This thing's gonna be really cool. Hopefully we get to use it for GopherCon this year, and it'll be used on a site for Microsoft as well. All right. Once again, thank you all so much for hanging out. This is so much fun being able to hang out with all of you and everybody who has been helping me and holding my hand and helping me write better Rust code. I will catch you all tomorrow.